Alright, back with more of the RPG Maker fan game Final Fantasy Endless Nova, which is actually really good. I'm enjoying it so far. Let's play some more. Reviewed my future Marstead notes, reminded myself how the stat game Final Fantasy II system works. And I need to run around this town looking for a girl with purple hair before we progress off to the west. I love that really silly save screen. It's completely unnecessary. Another way to get into all of the houses. We'll see, I guess. Dream dust. Oh. Free region greens. Okay. I think I also need to make a note that I need to mash the A button on the world map, right? Secrets on world map, mash A. I didn't leave that note in the future Marstead notes, but it just suddenly occurred to me that we had talked about that before. Seems like the game still wants me to do stuff with the purple-haired girl in town, but if I search the whole town and can't find her, I'll just move on. She might be in this church. It's completely fine. Please don't go up there. Strange place for a barrel. Alright, so she doesn't seem to be in the church. I'm sure she's not like around the back or something. The Vincent music definitely seems to suggest that something strange is afoot here. Alright, it might be all I can do here for now. Chased her around a couple times. That makes it seem like there's another exit from inside the house, though. Maybe on the east side. Let's try that. Is that what that broken glass is trying to convey? Okay, here we go. What are you doing in my home? Robot. An android? He's a data keeper. Those things only found in space. Damn. Cool. I love the android hue shifted villager sprite from RPG Maker. Alright. This game rules. See if I get any good spells here, right? 400 HP. Strong to thunder, weak to water. Let's see if we can pull any spells off of him. Ow, damn. Failed to extract wisdom. Elizabeth should probably be the one going for it if possible. Also try stealing here. Stole a wire gun, that's cool. Hey Bucky, how you doing? Having a good time getting this drop here. Guess we can magic break. Try to reduce some of the damage he's doing here. Still failing to extract wisdom. Might just not have a stealable spell here, we'll see. Oh, we got it. Fundara, nice. Sick. Okay. Now I can kill him. Let's do Rough Dive, Blizzard. Need to heal a little bit here. Ice Shell is probably good to start spreading around, but... Stopping people off here. Under defense down. That seems pretty bad. Okay, killed him before it became a problem. 1500 gil and a Nimbus core. Bunch of stats up. That's exciting. Yoe. Next to the Wanu Temple. Other than being really dull. I think I still haven't found an inn in this town. I really like that you still get like MP stat ups by resting at inns. I still don't trust machines. Very Waka. Thanks again. Bye. I wonder if that was optional. Loco weed. All right, I got a couple things here. We got Bandara Wisdom. We got a wire gun, which I guess I already had, so maybe that's not actually an upgrade. Yeah. But the Thundara Wisdom is cool, so I think we give that to Lizbeth, so she's our best caster? Question mark. Yeah, probably. Cool. And then we want people to gain MP, so whenever we need to level up MP, we pick the person whose MP sucks the most, which is Darren. And then Ibis can do some curing as well, because his MP sucks the next most. Okay, no MP ups, but it could have happened. Okay. Is there like a pig out here now? That's a stump. Again, I think we confirmed none of these places will let me rest, so I guess we'll move on. We've already been south. Let's see what we find if we go west here. Meanwhile, in Finel capital... You stupid jackass. Damn. These soldiers are just so useless. It's going to do, not gonna do, Mr. President. That's so... It's really funny. It's like the game is written as though it's been translated from Japanese into English, right? Yeah, I'm gonna need to find a new shop to stock back up on Chrono Orbs. I forgot this game has a mix of like MIDI Final Fantasy music and like the actual original tracks. Hee hee hee. Coral and Reef. It's really funny. I've got it. It's like Fujin and Raijin. Yeah. I feel a kinship with this developer. Okay, so we don't want to mash the menu button. There's a different button we want to mash out here to try to find secret loot. I think it's the Y button. Okay. Okay, I was correct. So let me make that as a note. Mash Y facing all directions for loot. Okay. Ooh, 5 Chrono Orbs. I will take it. Dr. Chad. I think it's funny that, like, the dev obviously likes all Final Fantasy games, but in terms of soundtracks, really likes the Final Fantasy VIII soundtrack. Well, it's a banger soundtrack. It's definitely the best part of that game. Yeah, right. Yeah, we didn't take my items. Probably did take my items, yeah. Totally did. Okay. The temptation is to load my save from a second ago and unequip him, but hopefully it'll just be fine. $5,000 gil? I could save and then see what it is. It's like all of my money. I'm sorry, please leave. Kirasendal. Sometimes I can't tell if I can make out another room because the dev was just being economical and fitting them on the same map, or if I'm actually meant to be able to access it. I think it's the former. One of the things I find really cute about RuneScape is that they did that as well, like fit all of the indoor locations on the same giant map, but then like didn't give enough separation between them that you couldn't see the other ones. Give me my shit back. Corner of this shop. Mega potion. I think we established that usually loot is conveyed as a chest. I don't have to mash the A button on everything, but Hey again, Bucky. Clearstone. I have to play with an analog stick, so sometimes moving in and out of areas is a little tricky. Alright, so we do want to rest here because the MP recovery potentially will get me some stat ups here. Nope. That's too bad. That was like 55 MP recovered, too. Let's go see what the 5,000 gil item is really quick, and if it sucks, I'll reload. Oh, it's an Esper. Okay. That's pretty good. Strength loss. I do like that they have a penalty for wearing all of these. If it's strength loss, I could probably give it to Lisbeth, actually, because her strength already kind of sucks. It's probably worth it. The commitment to inns having an actual room that you sleep in that is only for sleeping in it's like that's extra work for no reason, right? You could just talk to the innkeeper and he's like, yeah, you rest and then fade to black and heal you. This developer is really interesting. Like, I haven't really seen a game that both is interested in bumping the lamp, like doing things that are kind of showing off in RPG Maker, and also just like be like, I don't want to do this anymore, and just like bails on something. It rules. Holy shit, this is a lot of stuff. These will be all better than what I have, too. Okay. That's going to be tough to afford, unless if I go out and explicitly grind for money. Let's see if I can get some weapons, maybe. Weapons don't age. Coral Sword, Rune Master. The Assault Gun is better. I'll maybe go grind a little bit. You're dressed funny. You must be from space. Actually true. Relic shop. Okay. Oh man, I want like all of this. I want to have at least one copy of all of it, right? Explore the town, though, before I go grind, just in case I'm getting a new fourth party member, right? Getting sick of eating fish. Yeah, the animated bartender is like cleaning the counter. dish with a very similar random walk pattern, the ones in Final Fantasy 6. Don't think it's literally the same FF6 fish sprite. This game is like willing to rip sprites from other games, but still uses a lot of like the base RPG Maker stuff. Save up for some of the other ones. The trade items are a cool idea, though. Dr. Chad owns the house to the left. We saw a weird flashback about him. Alright. You know it's unplayable because the clocks don't have elixirs in them. Headache's almost gone. Doctor's upstairs. Darren, long time no see. If your problem is mystical.
Duty.
Oh, okay. It's a mystical problem. That's helpful. Astral Tower. Okay, so we've got space, the lower continent, and the upper continent. The lower continent is tech-based, but not as tech-based as space. And the question is, do I take the boat across, risking that I won't be able to trivially come back here to shop, right? Or do I go grind now? I think it's more important that I hold out to get a third party or a fourth party member. I'm going to move forward for now. Buy a ticket here? Oh, she can join my party. Wait. Ibis? What are you guys doing here? We can all go. Ooh, blue magic. Okay, now we can set party. Change members in your group. Great. Glad I didn't go grind right just then. I love this bespoke menu. some stat increases right away. Go try to level her up a little bit here. Blue Mage. Probably makes more sense to stick with Ibis so I have stealing, but I want to give her a try. Alright, let's see. Oh, I forgot that some of the tracks have like a gap in the first couple seconds of the song. Rather than like trimming it, just left it in. So every time you get out of battle, it just takes like 3 seconds before the song starts. Really funny. Okay. I haven't noticed enemies using blue magic so far, so I don't know where to watch for them, but we probably want to auto battle here. Get them to use magic so that they gain stats. Holy shit. I have someone with raise yet? I do have raise. Okay. Wow, Alana comes with a shitload of magic. Does she have any regular spells? Okay, basic elemental. She has water, though, which I don't think I have on anybody yet. I don't think I want her summoning Shiva. I might unequip that. Motor gets the strength up. How much money am I getting for battle? 150? Okay, that's okay. I should be able to buy a lot of things. I think I just want to get everyone's weapons. Maybe I won't bother with too much else. Maybe all the weapons and all of one of each of all of the accessories. I do want to heal more if possible, because I think the chance to get some stat increases is based on how much you healed. Elizabeth MP up, which is great. Let's see if I get different enemies on this screen versus this screen. What I probably need to do is just swap in the new character whenever I notice a blue magic ability being used. Elizabeth's already out of MP, but that's fine. That's our objective. I guess it's a good opportunity to swap her out, right? That's kind of interesting. I haven't really thought about that. That, like, now that we have enough characters to swap members, a reason you might want to swap members is after you've dumped somebody's MP from trying to level up their stats, right? Ooh, Alana learned Mind Blast. That's cool. I didn't even think she had to get hit by it. Mind Blast deals baseless damage, causes distract. Okay. I love that this arrow, like, it's not even right. It's the arrow is on top of the thing instead of to the side of the thing. This is a funny game. It looks like they get some stat ups when they're out of the party, which is kind of a cool choice. All that work to do this, like, cool bespoke save menu, and then it doesn't even use the Final Fantasy, like, finger cursor. Grim Ochu. $450 gil from the Grim Ochu is pretty good. I'm gonna keep laughing at the Mihen High Road music though, because it's like the delay is just long enough that I keep thinking that it's gonna start a little bit sooner. It's like 10 frames longer than I think it's gonna be, so it reads as like a punchline every time the music starts. Lana's base damage isn't too bad either. Oh, and the Tengu guy is like 300 gil. I think this is the screen to grind on. How much money am I up to? Okay, I'm gonna go until I have like 5,000 gil, and then I'll go buy some stuff, rest at the end, and then we'll resume this. That guy's pretty decent too. Level up HP by taking damage, level up defense by healing damage, level up MP by spending MP, level up magic by recovering MP, level up speed by running away. So once I'm not acting fast, I probably want to start running away sometimes just to level up a bit. Lobos are pretty dangerous. We do want to teach Cure Magic to Ilana if possible, but I don't remember where I learned it in the first place. I think we wanted to avoid overhealing them because I think the like percentage chance that they gain HP on taking damage is like proportional to how low their health is. You want them to get kind of low on health. It's always funny. No stat up there. If I swap out anybody, it might be Motor. I want to have the opportunity to learn blue magic. I want to have the opportunity to steal items. Probably can't ever remove Darren. Motor's only okay, I think. Darren has raise, though. That's pretty important. Okay, that's 6,000 gil. Let's go turn it in really quick. Alright. Off we go. We'll sleep at the inn first. I don't know how much it's going to cost. I think it's a variable cost based on how much it's recovering or something. I guess maybe it's fixed. I'm thinking of a different game. All right, that's the dream. I really like the idea that they gain magic stat by being out of MP, essentially. That's... I feel like JRPGs really struggle to encourage me to like go to 0 on MP with my caster characters. Weapons don't age. Okay, well, this is really good, but it's also going to dump all my money. Let's just do it. Yeah, that's like a huge upgrade. Something happened that unequipped everybody? Just Darren, apparently. I think we learned about this. It's like they do certain story events that unequips people. We're actually going to be physically attacking. Slasher. Okay, so I'll have to go grind a little bit more to get everyone caught up, but it's probably fine. Probably a similarly long trip here. Since the most expensive item was the 4,000 gil sword, so now that I already bought that, I think I only need like 1,000 gil to get one more weapon upgrade. I think I need a couple of those. I need a bell and a staff. And then I'll get enough money to pick up one of each of the accessories, and I won't worry about the armor just yet. Well, this game is pretty hard, so I might actually want to get the armor. Ooh, that's not good. Actually, super bad. Let's make sure I'm doing as much damage as possible here. Okay, it's fine. Everything's fine. Yeah, Ochus would be great, because they give me almost enough money to buy something by themselves. I think the Mihen High Road is like one of the funniest possible Final Fantasy soundtrack songs to delay by about 3 seconds. Maybe Underneath the Rotting Pizza would be comparably funny. I haven't really taken significant damage yet, not really. Such an unusual choice to say, like, magic goes up when you recover MP and not when you cast offensive spells or whatever, right? I love it. It definitely changes player behavior. I don't want to be healing just yet. Same thing, I'm going to go until I have about 5,000 gil. Is Elizabeth already out of MP? Not quite. I do think if I ever do another project in RPG Maker, I'm going to let this game convince me to try to set it up so the game remembers where you were in a track when a battle starts and then picks up where it left off before so you don't keep hearing the same first 6 seconds of every song. Because that, like, 3-second lead into the song starting wouldn't be a problem if I didn't have to start over every time, right? We doing on money here? 39.24. I probably should hold out longer to try to cure. Ochu Dance isn't a blue magic spell? I guess it isn't. I wish I could like go back in time and give this developer the Spriter's resource sprite sheet page for Final Fantasy Record Keeper, because it has high quality sprites, like FF6 style sprites for every major enemy and boss in every Final Fantasy game, and it looks incredible. And it probably all got added like not very long. I feel like the dev could just go back into this game and like update most of the sprites with those. All right, let's get rid of Lisbeth because she's out of MP. Level up motors some more. Actually really curious. It does seem like there's some kind of like character gain stats when they're not in your party thing, but I don't know exactly how it works. Nice curtain. Those are the good kills. 450 kill and a white powder. All right, I've got enough kill now. All right, let's get out of here. All right, that might be enough, but I could do one more quick trip before we continue here. Yes, please. Come on. Oh, I should have dumped MP before doing that. Whoops. We'll still get some magic ups here. Hey, Elizabeth, that's the one that matters. Okay. And Darren, actually. I don't think we ever established whether that affects how much healing heals for, but... Okay, so we got this already. We got this already. Get the new bell. One is thunder, one is water. Ideally, we want both of them, but... Already got the slasher and battle bamboo. Beast strike, water pow. The shop I'm remembering is in the southeast. Don't have any star pendants. Silver glasses. Hypno crown. Honestly, I might want a few of these. Okay, I only need to be able to get the light bracer, so I think I'm gonna do one more trip to get back to 5,000 gil one more time. So I'll buy the last accessory I haven't picked up, and then we'll go buy whatever armor I can with my remaining money, and then hopefully go to the next town via boat and not get dragon quested, not like show up in the next town and the next store immediately has better equipment, right? That's just a risk in any game like this. Petrify is pretty important to avoid. That might be my first accessory shop. Most of those, like the trivial stuff like the star pen that I hadn't seen before. I mentioned this last episode, but I really like that the fact that you want to spend MP to level up means that auto battle is actually pretty good in a way that it normally isn't in a JRPG. Normally, like, your character's wasting MP casting spells is very bad and discourages you from using it. But here it's like, I want them to waste their MP, so it's fine. Everybody getting stat increases. You love to see it. Not getting the lucky battles here. Just trying to get the ones that give me a lot of gil. The sour victory fanfare that sounds like it's like a half step flat is really good too. I don't know even how that happens, right? These guys get pretty good money, if I recall. Yeah. It's our A tier enemy. The Ochu is S tier. Hey, Swanson, how you doing? All right, I need 2,000 more gil. I love this developer. Like, to test this area, you would have to hear the song taking like 3 seconds to start every time and have to be like a little bit annoyed by it, right? Obviously didn't care to fix it. Whatever, it's fine. It's close enough. Oh, is Fasani's Nightmare like reasonable now? One of my kind of issues with old school RuneScape is pretty brilliantly developed, but then when they make a math decision like Nightmare, where it's like, you know, ridiculously out of whack with the time to get collection log from every other boss in the game. But then I guess they added Fasani's Nightmare for Iron Man and made it slightly more reasonable to get the uniques and to get the thing that lets you like teleport there, right? I wonder if they're ever gonna be able to pull that band-aid off, the couple pieces of content where they fucked up the drop rate and they're kind of like stuck, unable to fix it, because if they fix it, it won't be fair to the people who got it the hard way, you know? I hope so. Oh, they did. Oh, okay, that's cool. I like that as a solution. It probably has a comparable effect to boosting the drop rate overall, but doesn't feel like they just boosted the drop rate. That'd be a good solution. I'm really glad they're thinking about it. I've seen a couple of think pieces about how the content's problematic. So that's really great to hear. Haven't been getting lucky on stat ups from casting Cure, but... Have they talked at all about fixing Chambers of Xeric? I feel like that's the big one, that it's going to have to be ripping off a Band-Aid. But it's like ripping off a Band-Aid from like a gaping wound that probably shouldn't have a Band-Aid on it in the first place, right? I guess for anyone listening in who doesn't know anything about RuneScape, old school RuneScape's map is like really, really fine-tuned, precision balanced in a lot of different ways to feel great. But then they've made a couple mistakes in the past with balancing drop rates, and there are a couple pieces of content that take like 100 times as long to complete as everything else, because they're balanced around the market, right? They're balanced around items having some kind of target price to be sold on the Grand Exchange, the auction house, which isn't great for the game feel. And like something taking 100 times longer to get might be fine if the average we're comparing to is like, you know, minutes or single-digit hours, but it's like Chambers of Xeric takes like thousands of hours to get everything from it, compared to most things taking like dozens, maybe in the very low hundreds of hours to complete. So it's something that they really ought to fix, I think, but it's a challenge because kind of the premise of old school RuneScape is they don't make changes that deprecate the game. They don't make changes that like disrespect players' prior effort. So it's this big pain point where it's like they need to fix it, but if they fix it, all the people that got it the hard way are going to be pissed, right? Yeah. Well, it's probably good to hear that the player base is... I think they need to trend towards making statements like that and then get players mad saying, you should be less conservative, instead of the other way around, right? I'm never gonna like say this in a video essay or anything, but I get the sense that the JMods in OSRS have gotten very good at handling the community, because the community needs to be handled a lot. Like they were good at doing the equivalent of like the parent who tricks their kid into taking their cough medicine, right? It's like, you guys need to take this cough medicine, and we need to find a way to like pitch it in a way that you're cool with it. Reducing prayer scroll weighting and increasing the purple chance overall. Okay. Baby steps, I guess. I think that they do a lot of that on purpose. I think they know that the player base is kind of very... They've gotten better about not being so... Don't change anything, you know. But they're still pretty reactive on the whole. Just kind of like managing them is the right strategy, I think. Yeah, we're babies and we have to have our pills wrapped in cheese. Actually, against slow could be good. Okay. Yeah, 100%. No, I totally get it. The current section of the RS3 video essay I'm working on, I make exactly that point, that it's like, you know, of course no one knows how to trust. They have the recent trauma of EOC and all these bad decisions, right? I think the reason that the player base has become more tolerant is because they've shown that they can be trusted. For the most part. I do like having to get the speed loss trade-off for the heavy armor here. It's tempting to try to get all of this elemental guard stuff. Let me hedge my bet here. Maybe I'm gonna get Dragon Quested in the next town is gonna have strictly better gear. So let's visit it and see what the deal is. $2,000 gil for an unlimited boat pass. All right. Hopefully that means I can just come back here for free as much as I like. All right, now we get to see, am I going to get screwed the other direction where the next area has enemies that give 3 times as much gil, and I could have just walked back and forth and saved myself like 20 minutes. It's fine. Like, I guess more battles still means more time spending MP, which is more chances to raise stats, so... Cross the Ebidar Desert. Disc Porter. Really know your way around this planet. That's so weird. What a weird bug. Sure didn't happen to anyone else here. Okay. I want someone who's immune to dark. Some of these, like, midis are almost one-to-one. It's like every instrument is as close to the original PSX sound font as possible, but then there's, like, one instrument that's wrong. Whoa. Wild. Okay, they give me an inn here in a stylized Final Fantasy VI house, which is cute. An ultra buff fighter saved a little girl from a huge chimera. Wonder who he was. New party member, potentially? Okay, so he sells Chrono Orbs. Oh, maybe we gotta press the Y button, strangely enough. That's pretty good. I do really like the translucent cloud texture on the upper layer there. It's kind of a lamp bump moment. Whoops. Sand pits ahead. Trek a large area full of sand pits. Don't get sucked into the sand pits. Sand pits take you to treasures. Sand pits are mystical vortexes. Okay. Gotta check all the sand pits. Glad that's over with. Oh, they're NPCs that wander around? That's kind of mean. I like the cool, like, Star Wars wipe. Okay, so the one due west isn't it. This is a unique feeling area. Second one due west isn't it. I've already gotten the vibe from earlier zones. This vibe that I've got fucking around in RPG Maker, which is like, I'm interested in basically everything except for map design. Like, I might actually feel more interested in map design now that I've played Expedition 33 and I fucking despise the map design in that game. It's like giving me something to want to be better than. But when I used to mess around in RPG Maker when I was a kid, it's like, okay, I'm interested in enemies, I'm interested in story, I'm interested in, like, the characters, interested in boss fights. I do not want to make dungeons. That doesn't seem fun to me. I don't have a talent for it. So you can see this dev's kind of annoyance with making dungeons. I have to do this because they're a part of these games, right? The dev kind of doesn't want to. It's 3 with no cave. I know the scorpions die pretty fast, so we gotta try to cast our Chrono Orb and get on with it. Nope. Failed to extract wisdom. Well, they might teach me Fire, which would be really nice. Hey, Fire Shell. Okay, that's also good. Alright. HP up for a couple characters is really good. Ibis still has the worst MP. Hey, MP up for Ibis. You love to see it. And what I don't know is if this is a torus, right? If the map wraps around on itself. What a ride. I probably want to swap out a character here. Yeah, it's tough to be a solo dev making a game like this, right? Because, like, there's probably one or two things that interest you, right? And it's unlikely that you're good at everything. Expedition 33 helped me to see the negative space and what makes a good JRPG dungeon map versus a bad one, because although that game is very impressive, they clearly have never, ever, ever thought about map design. Don't give a fuck about it. Okay, I already have Fire Shell, so let's just auto-battle these guys. Get some stat ups. I think the place does, in fact, loop around. I love that a lot of these guys are just like strategy guide scans of 3D Final Fantasy IX monsters. All right, that have then been hue shifted in RPG Maker. Let's see what this guy's magic is that I can steal from him. More copies of Protect would be nice. Ooh, that's bad. Don't think I have Petrify immunity in this party. I think I gave it to Lizbeth. We'll see. Protect. Okay, that's good. Oasis Disc Station. I think this is where I started, yeah, so I think it does just loop around. So let's try going all the way northwest. Decide who to give Protect to, I'm not sure, really. Alright. Ibis, buddy. He's out of MP. Next worst MP is Darren. Hey, love to see it. And we got a vid up. We haven't gotten that in a while. I think that happens. Okay, maybe this is the trick. Maybe the ones that are caves don't move around, right? I would just like look for random RPG Maker projects. Swanson's probably a good way to do it. The rules that I picked up from playing Expedition 33, I talked about this at length in my Discord in the stream chat channel if you're ever interested in reading about it, but depending on what kind of game you're making, I feel like, let's see, what do I want to do here? Let's try to learn this guy's thing. A lot of the times it's like you want to have a critical path, and then you want to have branches from the critical path that lead to optional content, like optional bosses. Ooh, Cura. We're going to have to get like a bunch of those. Optional bosses, optional chests, stuff like that. And I think the basic rule is that if you have a branching path, if one of the branches goes to a dead end with like a special enemy or a chest or something in it, it should never branch again. Right, so after a branch that goes to a dead end, there should never be a second branch. It should just go to the dead end and stop. Unless if the second branch, if it's like visible from the main path and you can see where it's going. And it becomes annoying and it's easy to get lost if you branch from an optional path multiple times, right? Set party. Let's do... I might actually back up and try to stop at the inn really quick. Darren cannot leave the group. Okay. I think the other thing you can do is you can... Because I did this to try to understand things better. You can, like, pull up maps from walkthroughs for old games and just, like, get out... Pull them up in, like, Paint or something and draw lines to show the path. So, like, draw a line for the critical path and draw differently colored lines for the optional paths and try to, like, notice what all the different maps have in common with each other geometrically. Because they tend to have things in common with one another. Well, I guess Elizabeth didn't actually benefit from the last time I rested. It might only be the people that are actively in your party. Okay, we should get out of here then. There's certain areas in, like... You think about the most confusing area in, like, Final Fantasy VI's Floating Continent dungeon. It's still pretty straightforward and easy to read. No, I haven't heard about any new Final Fantasy games. Spin-off or something? Yeah, 10,000 gil really quick there. I could go back and gear everybody. Well, let's do it, because it's cheaper to rest there anyway. Yeah, exactly. You'll notice, I think the idea is that, like, the right way to do a dungeon has existed in nature since people started making dungeons, right? Like, this problem goes back to tabletop RPGs. People have been thinking about it for longer than there have been video games, right? And I don't think there's really been, like, a way for that common wisdom to percolate out through the developer community. I think that people just play a lot of games and they start to realize, oh, it's annoying when dungeons do this, right? So I shouldn't do that. But it's like this folk wisdom thing. Like, there's not really necessarily a class you can take that tells you all of those rules, right? This is RPG Maker, yeah. 4 platinum armlets. I probably want 5. Then I'm broke. Let's rest at the inn really fast. Yeah, he uses a bunch of music from Square games from the era. I think another kind of activity you could do would be to use one of those procedural dungeon generators. Like, I don't think you ever want to use a procedural dungeon that hasn't been modified by you as the creator in any way, right? That's, to me, what feels so bad about Expedition 33's dungeon design, or lack thereof, is that it feels like they procedurally generated these shapes and then didn't really modify them. They just, like, went with whatever the random shape that got spit out was and had their artists decorate them, right? But you could do that as just a personal challenge, right? really want to have a different kind of robe on every character here. Magic bonus times 6 is pretty sick. %, yeah. No, that would be a great, like, game design PhD topic. Talking about the, like, dungeon design geometry that exists in nature and what developers have iterated toward over, like, 40, 50 years. Because I think a lot of these rules were discovered in, like, the 80s or maybe even earlier, in, like, the tabletop era. And that they've mostly, like I said, disseminated just through people playing lots of games. Not really, there's been like a formal documentation of what is and isn't a bad dungeon, right? Okay, so I might go back and buy the other elemental robes if I get enough money from exploring here, but there's other things to check out in this zone first. I should try stealing from these enemies too, just to see if they have something interesting. Once I see that stone again, I'll move over. Oh, this is a new one. Okay. Let me double check these guys, because I think I've already... gotten spells from them. Game's definitely the closest I've seen a game come to making Final Fantasy II style leveling work. It's a really admirable attempt. Vera, okay, that's great. So I want to get multiple copies of that. I should go ahead and teach Kira to Alana, I think. She doesn't have any cure spells at all right now, and she has a shitload of MP. Elizabeth can get Fira. Does she already have Protect? Okay. Steam Rush. What the fuck is that? Okay. It's for motor. That one didn't send me back. That's great. More copies of Fira here. I might need to leave and go buy some more Chrono Orbs. We'll see. Nice. Teach that to Alana. Protect can probably go on Alana too. She seems like she's a good caster. 2 physical characters and 2 casters seems like the way to go. Oh, Cactuars. First strike. Okay, so we really want to see what they drop here. Or what spells they teach. Haste would be cool. would make sense from Cactuars. They have less health than I was expecting, okay. And they... shit gill drops. Sonic Steel. There it is, Sonic Steel. Critical up, power break. It's probably not as good as Rune Master, yeah. I guess it gives me that sword skill though. Yeah, I think they've been pretty good about not ever requiring best in slot. I totally understand noping out of Corrupted Gauntlet. I did the same thing. That's part of what burned me out in old school. That is a piece of content that pretty badly needs some kind of, like, bad luck mitigation. It doesn't have to be anything, like, crazy, but just, like, if I clear it 400 times, give me my bow. You know what I mean? I think players are bad at evaluating that. They'll be like, oh, it's easy escape. And it's like, you don't understand. If I do 400 clears at Corrupted Gauntlet, do you have any idea how many clears that is? How much time that is? It's like in the hundreds of hours, right? So they like, I think that that's one of the flaws with the RuneScape player base is that despite playing a game that should give them a decent intuition for statistics, they don't really intuit like... If you said that only players who have gone to drop rate and haven't gotten a bow from Corrupted Gauntlet are guaranteed a drop, they're like, that's going to crash the price of the bow. And it's like, no, man, it's definitionally only going to affect the minority of players who go dry, right? One of the things I think that they have to be kind of gentle with handling the player community on to eventually get them on the side of making improvements like that. Auto-looting shards would do a lot. It's good that they identify that it's problematic. Oh wow, Ibis is like doing way better on MP now. All right, well Darren's my worst on MP, so he gets to heal everybody to get a stat up. Come on, hey, Darren MP up. You love to see it. Okay. Oh, shit. Those are actually a somewhat significant threat because I can only move with the analog stick, so moving is kind of janky. Swap anybody out due to insufficient MP yet. I've already found all the secret caves here. I did this one. Bottom left of a round thing. It didn't. Nice. Oh, no worries. Thanks for letting me know. I want to try to get more Fira crystals. So I'm going to keep looking to see if I get a... Oh, okay, this guy's like a pretty rare spawn, so I think I need to like wait until I get the Kira magic, and then after this I think I need to leave and go pick up more Kryna orbs. I want to literally get 5 of these. Like every character should have one. Nice, that was quick. That makes exploring like this feel worth it too. Okay, so let's give the other Cura... It's counterintuitive, but I think I give it to Darren because he's like my tankiest character, so he's the most likely to actually be alive to be able to heal himself or others. Next one, maybe I give to Elizabeth. We'll see. Probably don't want her healing, though. Yeah, let's go get some more Kryna orbs. I can probably start looking for the disc thing in the desert. I think I've mostly explored. Hey, more Darren MP ups. We love to see it. Oregon Port. 6,000 gil just from what I just did. Oh, we're gonna go back and buy the other robes. They were 2,400 each. Okay, so I might actually want to get a little bit more money first. It's fine. So I have to spend some money to rest at the end to get some magic ups. The idea that your like magic stat goes up your magic stat goes up based on recovering MP, which includes recovering MP from resting at an inn. Is just a fucking cool idea. Really creates interesting player behavior pressure. Oh, I have to get Kryna orbs too. Okay, let's just do that first. So rest, and then probably get like 15 Kryna orbs, and then maybe I'll get 1 robe instead of 2. No magic ups, it said. I want to have enough to be able to still get, let's do this, then I can still get 2 robes. Yeah. I have the latest in fashion. It's a pretty big vitality dump. Come on, stop walking around like a jackass. Glad that's over with. Do it with that one in sight so I know when I'm coming back up on it, right? It's probably the way to go. Nope. Nope, once again. Get another Chimera here. I'd like to get 5 copies of Kiro. That would be swell. Okay, so that's that. Let's go to the next one and put it on the left side of the screen. I think what really impresses me about this game is that somehow the dev has gotten the combat math to make sense. I feel like it's got to feel like you're not in control very much of the combat math when you're getting stat ups from like attacking and getting hit and running away and what have you. But it seems to like self-correct in a lot of ways where it's like if you're already too strong for the area, the chance that you get stat ups goes down. Because he's been careful to balance everything based on, like, you're more likely to get the stat up if you're low on health, right? Which if you're fighting enemies who you trivially kill, you'll never be low on health, so it's not a problem. I'm curious how much testing the dev did to achieve that. Getting JRPG combat math right feels like a nightmare. It's another thing that I'm guessing a lot of people who fuck around in RPG Maker have no interest in whatsoever. They're like interested in the story and the characters and do not want to like figure out how much vitality the main character needs to not get one shot by the third boss or whatever, right? It's such abstract math that players already aren't really expected to understand it. Just be like, oh, this you know, armor gives me +7 defense. That's good, I guess. Rarely do you play an RPG where the player is intended to be able to understand what +7 defense actually practically means. Vit boost, okay. Raises Vit by 2 points. So I think the idea is we want to use it on someone who's struggling to get Vit, probably. 14, 34, 15... I guess also it sounds like Darren's always in my party. And then we've got 2 Fira Wisdoms, so Ilana and Lisbeth already have it, so we may as well give one to Darren. Maybe save one for Motor. Understanding begins and ends with bigger number better, yeah. There's some games like Slay the Spire, you can make sense of the math, right? It's small enough numbers, you can be like, okay, I get what, you know, block 5 does. But a lot of these RPGs are so complex, I think it's unreasonable to expect the player to ever make sense of it. Yeah, there's my last Pharaoh Wisdom. So if I were to mess around in RPG Maker again, I'd probably start by just setting the numbers really tiny, like Paper Mario / Slay the Spire board game level of tiny. Okay, Okay, I no longer need to cry out orb these guys because I have enough Firas for everybody. Pretty good on spells for now. Oh. So that goes to the disc station. Let's see if there's another one along this column. Ooh, cactuars again. Okay, we really want to try to learn whatever they have to teach here. Hopefully they don't have 1,000 needles, but I guess if they do, I could learn it, right? Uh-oh, that's bad. That's potentially extremely bad. I guess I just saved. $100 needles, which is still pretty bad right now. See if I can get out of this alive. He doesn't have Cura yet. Alright, so we gotta at least kill 2 of them next time. Lesson learned. Lucky me, I literally just saved. Really curious to know what spell you can learn from them, though. Maybe it's Confuse, since that's what they cast. Which would be kind of boring, but... Okay, I think I may have checked all the caves now. That makes me tempted to go get multiple copies of the Confuse immunity accessory. Hey, Chimera. Fantastic. Okay. Guard, guard, guard. Magma Blaster. I feel like that's like a 1 in 4 chance-ish. I probably need to start healing people now. Nice, there we go. I didn't get a stat up from that. Alright, so... Cura can go now to Ibis, because he's likely to still be alive. I was hoping for a back-to-back Chimera there. Let's go a little bit to the right of this location just to see. I would really like to get another copy of Cura before I leave this zone. The boss fights are hard in this game. And Cura is not cutting it right now in terms of staying alive with a dangerous boss. That's where we started. All right, another Chimera. I love to see it. Gotta start healing folks, though. Aqualung. All right. Well, they haven't really decided whether that's called Aqua Breath or Aqualung. I bet it's Aqualung in the original Japanese. Reference to the song. Okay. That's like, this is my 4th Chimera and the first one to use Aqualung. It must be a pretty rare cast. 22 damage, water to all enemies. It actually is really good because I don't have a lot of things that hit all enemies right now. That might be a lifesaver. A lot of them are just from RPG Maker. Some of them are the 3D scan of a monster. So they're a 3D enemy from Final Fantasy IX, but then someone took a screenshot of them and put that screenshot in the Final Fantasy IX strategy guide. So they like flattened them into like a 2D sprite. It's really funny. With like no concern for whether or not there's like JPEG artifacting on the image, right? So I would say the dev should have waited like 10 years to get Final Fantasy Record Keeper sprite sheets because those sprites look incredible and they're all from Final Fantasy. But it's funny that the dev doesn't even like consistently use Final Fantasy stuff. A lot of them are just like the default RPG Maker sprites. Like these guys are just from RPG Maker. You have a tool in RPG Maker that lets you change the hue on stuff, so you can kind of like get some extra value and be like, oh, this isn't the scorpion you already fought, it's like a green scorpion. But he does that with the Final Fantasy IX strategy guide scans too, and it doesn't look very good. So we have fully explored the zone, I'm almost positive. And I've got 8,000 gills, so we can go back and get the last robe that I need and a couple other things. But let's try to get some fish for some stat increases. Ibis is my worst MP character now. Did not get MP up from that, but that's okay. Yes, I know, right? That was my exact response to this game. Akifal's been talking about putting this on Subblock ever since I said I wished another dev would try to make the Final Fantasy II level up system work. So like for longer than generative AI has been a problem. But I'm glad that we didn't play it until generative AI, because now it's like I can see the spark of the divine in this game. I can like commune with this person as a fellow human who's making some weird fucking decisions, but at least they're like human decisions, right? This game rules. I feel like if generative AI can do one thing for society, it can make everybody realize that you are better than you think you are. The fact that you're like even creating something at all is like divine. And everyone who tries to create should be celebrated for trying to actually make something, regardless of like how much effort they put into it. This game is beautiful. On purpose in a lot of ways and on accident in a lot of ways, but I'm very glad that a person made it. I might want to have some chainmails just in case there's an enemy that's like annihilating me. Okay. So we have one of each robe type. And then get a few extra copies of the accessories here. Now Elizabeth can have Kira. Okay, we still want to get one more copy for Motor, I think. I might just grind for that and then move on to the next area. So the thing that's protected against confusion is a Hypno Crown. That's pretty important to not game over. I might also want extra copies of the Pin Ring. For now, though, I'm just going to go ham on picking up more Kryna Orbs. Let's rest first. Come on, give me a magic stat up. Come on. All right, Darren gets one, which I'd rather have it be Elizabeth, but it's still pretty good. What's his magic? 48, 72, 50, 46. Okay. It's actually kind of a cool choice to make that chance-based. We want Kryna Orbs. That's right. At some point, I'm just going to want to have 99 Kryna Orbs. I don't like having to worry about running out of them, but I haven't really gotten to the point of the game where I'm making enough gil that I can keep them stocked forever without it cutting into my my balance. So, like, this guy, this is obviously a handmade sprite of Ward from Final Fantasy VIII. But he's used as just a random townsperson who you run into all over the place. And he's mixed in with, like, this is just like a regular-ass default RPG Maker townsperson. But then, like, this guy has a bespoke animation for, like, wiping the bar. It rules. It's so good. The dev is just, like, constantly chasing whims. And I had this incredible realization in one of the first towns where, like, the dev decided, I think, that the area didn't look like it had enough character and started, like, making graffiti on the walls. And there's, like, one piece of graffiti that looks really good. And then realized, I don't want to do this. This sucks to do. I'm going to stop. And then the rest of the graffiti just looks like shit. It just looks like randomly, like, MS Paint spray painted everywhere. And I'm like, hell yeah, brother. I'm there with you. That, like, very palpable desire to, like, bump the lamp occasionally and do something that's impressive. It's like, today I want to spend the afternoon animating this bartender so that he's, like, cleaning the bar. And then just, like, the next zone is just, like, a total copy and paste from stock RPG Maker assets. It's great. I feel your mind and your spirit speaking to me through the internet. Developer of Final Fantasy Endless Nova. We want them to spend their MP, because that's how they get stat increases, but I don't know if I want her casting Aqua Lung on a single Scorpion. I guess it's fine. She has so much MP, she hasn't come close to running out, so if it gets her to level up her stats more, that's probably for the best. It's probably a clutch spell, actually, because I've gotten to the point where she has so much MP, it's actually really hard to get her to level it up, but if I can get her to dump it really fast by spamming Aqua Lung, maybe that'll get me there. Okay, Cactuars. So I need to kill one of these so they don't... Oh, I didn't equip the confusion thing on everyone. Fuck. All right, let's kill one. Guard Kryna Orb. Darren, stop moving. Yeah, exactly. The cracks in the art are art itself. I would agree with that. haste. It is haste. That's what I was hoping it was going to be. Fucking hell yeah. All right, great. So now I want to try to steal from it and kill it. That's fine. We try to save here. All right, so who do we give haste to? Like, all right, this might be my last Cura. It's tempting to farm for cactuars. I guess the only way for me to level up speed is to run away from battle, right? So it might make sense to just run around and run away a bunch of times to try to farm for this one specific spell that I'm trying to get from cactuars. That's actually kind of a cool auto synergy in this game's design that I didn't think about, that if you are trying to like hunt for a specific rare enemy spell that you're trying to pick up, that it's an opportunity to raise your speed stack, because the only way to raise it is to run away. Okay, careful. This could go really bad really fast. Their haste is great. Let's actually remember to give everyone that shit this time, though. So, Hypno Crown for everyone, so I don't wipe the party from being confused. Well, there might be more party members, so I may as well try to get it since it's the only enemy I've run into that has it. Nice. Go team. Alright, so who has the least MP? Ibis? Hey, Ibis MP up. You'll love to see it. Okay, so everyone has Kira now, right? Yeah, so I have these for motor. So I think Elizabeth is my buffer right now. I kind of want everyone to have haste before I leave. It's so powerful. I guess maybe it's not super powerful in this if this is just purely turn-based. If it's just making sure that they can act first. I don't think it's going to give them 2 actions, but I'll get one more cactuar fight, and I'll run away until we get there, so I can raise my speed stat a little bit. There's a speed up. Okay. 3 cactuars who can't confuse me. They can stop me, though, which kind of sucks. I want to kill, like, one of them to start. 100 needles is also... Oh, there's... I learned it. That's awesome. I think 100 damage is really good for me right now. It's pretty expensive, though. Deals 100 damage or more. That sucks. Out to lunch. Oh, they just run away. Okay. I also want to try to steal from them if possible. What's the trouble that a custom sound effect for casting a raise is kind of impressive. But uses the stock RPG Maker cure sound, right? Spellcast sound. Like, to have the Final Fantasy VII raise sound effect... If I recall, stock RPG Maker, if you're trying to add custom sound effects, you can't really do that on a per spell basis unless if you, like, crack the thing open for every individual spell. Alright, let's see. I could try to steal. I haven't really tried to steal for most of the unique enemies out here. I'm waiting to get another Cura thing. Healing water. I'm getting into one more fight with a Cactuar to try to steal from it and get another haste. Is haste just like increased speed in this? Doubles the speed of one, okay. That might matter though. There might still be enemies where like making sure that the character acts first is really important. Have to figure out whether it like wears off eventually. Darren's almost dead. That's cool. Ibis still is the worst at MP right now. Cactuars. Guard. Steal. Crino Orb. That's not good. I got haste. I don't know if everyone gets stopped if it's just game over. It might be. Well, not if they use out to lunch, then we're okay. Alright. Never did successfully steal, but it's probably fine. Only Desert Uncoyas. I love the, like, lore guy. That's kind of cool. It's sort of like the Serpent Road, but it's like a neat little flashing disc thing. The tube filled with a teleportation spell. You turn into a disc when you teleport. That's cool. Oh, that's pretty convenient, actually. Fire Demon dwells southeast of here. Got some mag ups there, which is awesome. It's crazy to fight an enemy that does 100 needles right now, where like my character with the most health has 102 health. That pipe... I love this developer. No sand pits, but it's like a huge maze. Well, it sounds like there's an optional boss there. The thing I love about this, I mean, the flashing, like, pure red, blue, yellow is already pretty funny. But, like, you could tell the dev is like, this isn't detailed enough, and puts that, like, little scratch right near the portal. I was like, that's enough. I'm not going to do more than that. Doesn't seem to be working. Oh, shit. Land a duo. Okay. I want to start just buffing in general, probably. Try to power break, magic break. Protect Elizabeth. Try to silence the boss just in case. Drain, okay. It's nice to get that right away. Aqualung's probably great here. Multi-drain, yikes. Still an earring, cool. Hopefully that's like a Final Fantasy earring and it gives you a bonus to magic. These bosses are still pretty hard, they're not fucking around. I love just having the two worms and connecting them at the tail there. That's cute. Okay, out of MP. This steel is encounter-based, like cryo orb. It's kind of interesting, instead of it being per enemy. Nothing left, okay. Hey, nicely done. That went great. I thought soldiers were tough. Okay. Keep dumping MP here. Not quite enough for a stat increase, that's okay. Drain. Probably good on Lizbeth. A way for her to heal herself and do damage at the same time. Let's see what that earring does. Magic bonus ×2. Try this again. Guard, steel, cryo. Fuck. Failed to steal. Got my haste spell. And out to lunch. So 11-6 actually stolen from one of those guys. Everyone have haste now? We do, okay, that's cool. Just in case a fight ever comes up where it matters. Probably good on Cura spells now. In-ring is resist petrify, which is good. See this guy in a minute. Holy encounter rate, Batman. Alright. You're immune to confuse, so you should be the one throwing the orb. You should try to steal and you can guard. Okay, now I have a haste for motor, which is cool. Needle tip. Alright, let's see what that is. Pretty rare steel. It took me forever to get. Oh, interesting. Interesting. So it has a chance to petrify on hit? That's a pretty good rare steel. Alright. so we've gone due south. Heal as much as possible. Try to get stat increases here. No dice. No dice again. Sad. We went that way. It didn't have branching dead ends, which was nice. You can have branches within branches on the critical path. You just can't do it outside the critical path. Unless if you're doing it very intentionally, I think is kind of the idea. Like if you wanted to make an area where the purpose of the area is to be disorienting, then it's a fine rule to break intentionally, right? It's like the 180-degree rule in film. Not saying you can never break it, just know that you're breaking it and do it with intent. Ether. Okay, I don't need another needle tip, and I probably don't need additional copies of haste. I guess I can attack and have like one person in case I pull another party member. I forgot Elizabeth is like Mog. She has like a dance spell basically, which is pretty good. Ow. This interesting, tricky problem in this game where, like, the people who are low on health, you want them to get knocked to almost be dead, but not be dead. That's the only way they can get more HP. Darren MP upgrade. Kind of a cool auto-balancing thing. Feels like progress. I guess we'll see. I think this game might follow the only branch on the critical path rule. It's been true for this entire desert area, which is interesting. Killing a cactuar with 100 needles feels like very disrespectful. Free fire robe. There's way more cactuars in this section. Okay, we really want Ibis to survive after that. They'll probably get an HP up. Hell yeah. It's like fun to be excited about getting hit for 100 damage, right? I haven't played too many games that have pulled that off. Save after that. I feel like that's almost a good strategy at this phase of the game, is like try to intentionally get your party members to have a little bit more than 100 HP, keep them topped off, and then come here and try to like run into cactuars specifically and hope they hit you with 100 needles, and then end the combat quickly after that. Increase the chance that you'll get an HP increase. I guess it probably only really works when your max health is close to 100. Because if it's like 200, then it's not going to be enough damage to trigger the HP increase, but... So this is an off-critical path branch within a branch, but there's a save point there, which leads me to believe that this is going to lead me to the optional bomb boss that they were talking about earlier. I find it really interesting that they're like almost completely unrewarding. I feel like this kind of branch within a branch off critical path is fine because you like take 2 steps and you see that it's a dead end immediately. You're not like running over there for minutes. I know that 1,000 or 100 needles sound effect, but I can't quite place it. It might be from Final Fantasy VI. It's not for the equivalent attack. Gauntlet. Strength bonus ×2. Okay. Once I leave here and don't have to worry about getting confused, maybe. I think the Crino Orb system is actually really smart. It's a cool way to make you uniquely invested in every new enemy you can fight. Because I feel like I played a lot of JRPGs where I just do not give a fuck about the enemies, right? Like, they're all so similar to each other that it doesn't really matter. It's like wild that this dev was able to make both the draw system from Final Fantasy VIII and the stat system from Final Fantasy II make sense. So like the chip on their shoulder, it's like, I really like those attempts, and they just suck in both games. Let me see if I can make them both work. It helps that the spells that you steal can't be junctioned to stats, which is what's really broken about the draw system. But I think making there be a cost to it, even if it's a gil cost, is better than just being able to spam it as much as you like. I'm gonna track here to get to this boss and have no mana left. MP up for Alana. Okay. Yeah, I need to get out of here. More MP increases. It's cool, though. Actually, I think we want to swap out Lisbeth here for Motor. Cool. You're the guy who beat that monster. Do me a favor. Don't tell anyone my men didn't do it. Thank goodness our soldiers stopped it. Whatever. That better give everyone a mag up, right? Okay, I've got a couple of them. It's like I was literally completely out of MP. Okay, we can go to the other save point. It's in the main desert area. The Astral Tower is progress, actually. FF7. Okay, well, we gotta load. Kicking out my party members. The Temple of the Ancients. You just need to put you in charge of Motor there instead of the rest of the party. Oh shit, is that further back than I thought it was? It's not that bad. It is further back than I thought it was, but it's absorbable because this is the exit. I have to search the map again. I should have saved before walking in the zone there. That's my bad. little tiny Chrono Trigger world map in this. Let's go out this way then. It doesn't really matter. I know where I'm going broadly. Danger up ahead. As summon monster like Ifrit or something. You like to play with fire all the time. It is Ifrit. Okay. Do you have that one fire thing to use? Do the Krina Orb with her, Steel with him, and do Fire Shell with her. Flame Bell, that was easy. No wisdom present, interesting. We're just gonna keep removing it, so... Multiplier, youch. That hurts. Damn, before they got a chance to heal themselves. Brutal. What power? Sweet. MP up for Darren. Love to see it. So what is the downside to Ifrit? Vit loss, okay. Darren's doing great on MP gain right now. Actually has more MP than Lisbeth, probably because I've been using him to raise people and heal. Sands of Time is a consumable that gives haste. It's a trade item, though, okay. The trade items are a really interesting concept. I haven't seen a trader in a little while, but... Come on, magic up. Nice. For the character who at least needs it, but that's fine. Shit happens. Kim does a good job with optional content, I think, too, because I feel like that Ifrit fight was pretty tricky, and that whole desert area that's off the critical path was also pretty tricky. But, like, doable. Let me see if it lets me in the town here before I lose party members. Go to the Astral Tower first, okay. Guys, skip to the dialogue here since we already saw it. I guess the benefit is that it can confuse enemies. Use my extra fire robe. I want to teach her Kira. And Fira and haste. Kind of cool to give her a custom world map icon too. The world map is really cute. Like, obviously it's inspired by Chrono Trigger, which there's like no combat or anything on the world map, but like, he doesn't really have the vision for how to make the map look like a Chrono Trigger map. It's like too big, so you can only walk on the path, right? He's like, well, I put all this effort into it, so I should have it do something. So you can like spam the confirm button to try to find secret loot on it. You must be from space. True. Welcome to Corneria. So let me explore on the other side. Let's see what's over here. See if she yells at me and says, I should go explore the town first. Yeah, okay. They got 5,000 gil out of it, though, so... Gave me a little cookie for exploring. You gonna stand there for 2 days? Live a little. Walk around, meet people, have fun. Why would I do such things? It is logical to check the perimeter. Cute. A technology-free kingdom. Effort, a little easel with some art on it. Every day I make my son cake. I appreciate the devs' commitment to like, okay, I've got this like town, I should try to give it some character, right? So there's a lady who's making her son cake. There's a lady who's renting out her upstairs apartment to an artist who we're not going to kill for being a landlord, but that's okay, I guess. Can't get what I want in every game I play. That's cool. Block pushing puzzle. Interestingly, I can't push every block. Look, I'm set on gil now. I only have 33,000 gil. Your skin's blue. Are you sick? Okay. Maybe now's the time to get 99 cryo orbs. I would really like to not have to think about it anymore, but that's actually pretty absorbable as an expense. Let's do 90 just in case I find some in a dungeon or something. Okay. Great. Safety bit protects against instant death. Wow, the gauntlets and earrings are like dirt cheap. Should get one enough for the whole party, I guess. Presumably I'll still have all this stuff when I switch characters here. It's like so expensive. Silver Slicer. Tempest. Bakken. Okay, I'm gonna get a new character soon, it seems like. Oh wait, no. That's the Boken. I see. That's the bow staff that the blue mage has. My bad. Aqua Spike, and I can still afford to get the Hunter's Blade. And then it's gonna magically transfer to the other characters when I swap over to them. Almost got Dragon Quest. Actually, this is mostly the same stuff, it looks like. But that doesn't have any elemental resistance. Okay. Alright. Ended up spending all my money. Auction house. It's the same art guy from earlier? Maybe. I think we always want to save up for the good shit here. Asuna Wisdom might be worth picking up early, though. I don't think I have Asuna yet at all. Oh, you eventually get a ribbon. Wow. Ninja Blade, Zorlin shape. Ultimate Dagger, I think. Curious what I get for the Sands of Time. I really like this idea. I feel like the game needs to be a little bit more forthcoming with these items. So you really have to farm like crazy to get close to any of these. And a lot of them, like, it would not be worth getting the Hypno Crown, right? Because I can go buy that from the store basically for free. Haste, Light Bracer, Stop, Rune Master, Sloga. I guess Hastega would be awesome, but that's really expensive. Okay. And maybe later in the endgame, enemies will drop way more of these at once. Okay, we're gonna do the FF9 music. You gotta have a character who's like, do you like art? No, Philistine? Yeah, that's funny. It's just like 6. A wizard sword. Well, I just spent all my money. Okay, I might want to get the money to be able to bid in the auction. It looks like it might be some good shit. Fun little challenge to recreate the FF6 auction system. It also collects monsters. Thief! How rude. That's funny. Protect against poison and darkness. Wonderful. This is just back at the entrance. Okay. Check the museum. Treno. Who are you? I want to face a monster. Motor is my weakest character, so should be fine though, I think. Blade Blaster. I don't know what the Blade Blaster is. Key item. Maybe Motor could do something with this. Oh, okay, maybe it gives her a new ability in combat. First, I have to find one. Ho ho ho. Get betrayed by the king. No problem. I guess now I can go wait. Was there an error in my data? Uh-oh. I love the really stupid sounding orchestra hit for this MIDI, right? It's nice of them to give me a chance to gear up here. Okay, I don't think these guys are gonna have anything new to steal with China orbs. Yeah, no wisdom is present. Basically the chainsaw. She's kind of like Edgar from Final Fantasy VI, sort of. Cool. I hope they do this where they like force you to split up the party every now and then, because otherwise I'm just gonna use the same characters for the whole game, right? Never seen weapons like those before. Captain, you say? No wisdom still. And so you get HP up whenever you, like, very nearly die. Space rats. These techno freaks want with us. None of them seem to be harassing the shopkeepers. Ouch. Alright, up to 100 HP for motor. Still no MP up for Ibis. They let me rest because that would be kind of funny. Fortunately, nothing is pressing. These guys actually seem great for trying to train my health. They hit really hard, but not hard enough to kill me. She's actually the weakest link now when it comes to MP. Never been in a real battle before. Still no MP up. Seems bad. Never surrender to space rats. Pretty good. These individual scenes are really well done too. Like this is very much like the sequences in Final Fantasy VI, like when you're going to Doma, right? And constantly Cyan's getting into battles and you're joining the dialogue. This is more than a bit of a hassle to do in RPG Maker. But the pacing with which you like run into the other person, you have like 2 lines of dialogue, you join the party, you get into a fight, it's cool. Celia held its magical traditions. Ideological war of magic versus technology. That seems very thematically appropriate for Final Fantasy. The space element's really cool, too. You're climbing the tower. Those orchestra hits are so funny. I don't know, it's like all the other instruments sound almost exactly right. They must have just found MIDI patches with instruments that were really, really close to what was possible on the PlayStation 1. but then just didn't get all of them exactly right. So like all of these songs have like one instrument that sounds wrong. Like, that part sounds almost exactly right, and then the little orchestra hits just sound like a Casio keyboard. I love this force field. Fuck it, that's the basic idea. Non-magically mean technological. Thanks. Motor probably get a hit points increase here. Let's see. Nice. Love to see it. Still no MP though. She's pretty low on MP, so hopefully she'll get some increases. Little piano recital room. Okay. Aqualung, my friend. I like that the force field got weaker after I destroyed one of them. That's actually really clever. It's still just like spray painting, like using the spray can tool in MS Paint, right? But it's a little bit of extra effort you didn't need to do. Yeah. Back up to the inn really quick if it lets me. Lana got MP up. Take a quick nap. It is interesting, like, I wonder if every song we hear, is that the developer's favorite of that kind of song, right? Like, is this every JRPG has a crisis theme, right? The FF8 crisis theme is a really good one. I like the one in 6 a lot. Save Them, I think it's called. And like that, they decided their favorite sleepy time resting in an inn music is the one from Chrono Trigger. Okay. Rude. It's like you almost actively do not want to just be spamming attack, because you want to like raise all of your other stats, and the only way to do that is to cast spells, use resources. You're under arrest. Okay. Final Fantasy VIII has that really cool sequence to this crisis theme where you're like flying around Balam Garden and like punching a guard. It's actually kind of a cool like technical achievement, because there's like an FMV that's playing in the background at the same time as they're doing like a live rendered minigame. It's all timed pretty well. It's like timed to the music. There's a part where you like land on the ground and you have to run, and there's all these like guards fighting each other in FMV in the background as you run on top of the FMV. It's very scrappy. They don't have to do that anymore, obviously, right? I know there's a lot of indie devs who are interested in the PS1 aesthetic. It would be neat to see a game try to recreate that. Have like an FMV playing in the background, and then have your shittily rendered characters running around on top of this high quality FMV. It looks kind of cool. You want to aqua on here? Ooh, oh, Ibis is not dead. I'm shocked. Cure after this. Okay. Nice, Ibis. We're trying to get some MP increases here for motor. Not quite enough. Oops. Oh, cool. It was actually keeping track of how many troopers I killed. I don't think there were any other optional ones I could have found unless they were hiding in someone's room. That's very similar to the section in Final Fantasy VI with the Emperor's Banquet. Coral and Reef is really fucking funny. Not exactly the right kind of, like, word association you want for that kind of, like, paired joke enemy recurring Fujin and Raijin duo, right? Like... Uban. Uban's special ability is called Kakuto. Uses life force as a combat tool. Oh, this song is like 10 decibels louder than the Crisis theme too. Bio Yomara. Alright. So I gotta get my spell. Let's try to start buffing here. Ibis should try to steal, actually. Protect, I guess Alana is the weakest character right now. Chakra. Recover HP and MP is nice. Starts with haste. Multi-Waltera is pretty bad. There is wisdom to extract, though, and there is an item to steal. So actually, I think Fuban should do the Kryna orb since he doesn't have any healing. So Kira... Steal... Water robe. Okay, that's not bad. Everyone else can try to buff while we wait here. Mortal chemistry. Ooh, that's bad. Watera, okay, good. Still poisoned though. That sucks. Just about to heal too. Actually, let's back up here. So Kira herself, Kira Ilana, Kira Ibis, and then Chakra. Chakra sucks, so okay. Like it does in Final Fantasy, it's fine. Not gonna kill the target. Doing 100 needles. Moral chemistry sucks. Not a fan. He's out of MP now. I have to use some ethers in this fight, damn. Oh, nice. Tough fight. A lot of stat ups there. Cool. What's wrong with me? Hunter's Blade. Need another platinum armlet, I guess. I should read the area info because it's custom. Altogether by magic. You're from space, right? Please leave. This tower is sacred. It'd be great if I could actually meditate in the torture room. Okay, it wasn't that long of a climb. The old Krina stone. What is Krina? Hey, sir, how you doing? So you're gonna do like how the huge materia in Final Fantasy VII is basically the 4 traditional giant crystals from all the other Final Fantasy games? I will buy 5, sure. This Krina piece is huge. Well, let's check the other path. Well, let's do this one first. Oracle of who? If Elizabeth is like our analog for Eris, then this music playing here is not a good sign. I don't know if they'd kill a child, though. We'll see. Always wondered if the whole thing in the Temple of the Ancients at the end, where it's like you have to solve all these puzzles, and like the temple gets smaller and smaller, and then like Ketchi just does it off screen. Wonder if they originally envisioned there being more of a mini game there and had to cut it. Wow, it's really great. One of our party members is a remote-controlled puppet, which you could have unlimited copies of. Okay. Event flag. Got it. So we're gonna get Ramu. Ixion. Interesting. Instead of Ramu. Alright. Penalizes speed? Yeah. It's actually probably absorbable. I do like that there's a penalty associated with using the summons, though. Hey, what's up? It's some Chrono Cross, I think this is. Aye. This is the cutscene at the very beginning of the game. I don't think we've met Sid yet. Star's Bliss, I forgot about that. My duty.
Duty.
Every 500 years, the sun must be resealed to stop the endless nova. What legend? Spectrin. Uh-oh. This fucking guy. hero. Am I another guy? That happens a lot. Okay, things are bad for everyone. Coral and Reef is really good. So stupid. It's the perfect kind of indie dev, like, okay, so I like, Fujin and Raijin. I like all of these characters in JRPGs that have like a themed name or whatever, but it's usually like, thunder and lightning. It's not like adjective and noun. I guess coral is itself a noun as well, but like they're not different enough for that to be the names of your duo, right? The FFA is our favorite prison theme, I guess. I think the one in Chrono Trigger is pretty good. Triumph and Breakout. Let's do it. Good job, Motor. This is the golden shiny wire of hope, I think, right? Yeah, salt and pepper is good, right? I think it being coral and reef is like extra funny. Very clean repeat point on the song. Hey, no time to explain. Binel Prison. Binel Asteroid. This is space. I even like that when they introduce Fuban, they do like the thing where they try to explain Saban's blitz mechanic. That was such a horrible experience for me as a kid. I remember renting Final Fantasy VI and not really understanding what the game was trying to tell me about using blitz in that encounter, or that you needed to do it to beat the fight, so I was stuck there for like an entire rental period. Okay. Barrel Claws. Speed's okay. Everyone else is still geared up. Okay. Oh, they still have their stats from the last fight. All right, so I should give Fuban my Cura Wisdom, right? And I had an extra Haste Wisdom, but it doesn't matter. I think Watera we want to save for Lisbeth. And then I'm probably going to save the mag boost for somebody else. Thought you had to do the combination after selecting it, yeah. I was confused about what they wanted me to do as a kid. I think almost all of the re-releases of Final Fantasy VI have massively simplified Blitz. They don't make you do the fighting game inputs anymore. The Pixel remaster definitely did, at least. Okay, Everyone being low on MP is kind of bad. I guess Fubon I could start trying to use Chakra, even though it sucks. Wonder if Fubon's Chakra is a good way to like gain magic stats, since it's an actual way for him to get MP for free. It's not a lot though, because anytime I recover MP, I have a chance to gain magic stat. Fubon strength up. Okay. No time for that. It's not possible, right? I thought you were forced to have lock in your party for that section. Everything is so much different in space. What kind of warrior are you? Did a good job with the characters, I think. Like, it's rudimentary, but he's trying. There's a lot of indie devs who don't. Air devices on the way. Oh, that's kind of cool. That's ticking on this screen. I don't. So I need to get MP increases for motor here really badly. Didn't get one, sadly. Items, weapons, and armor. And get more Kryna orbs. Diamond sword. Sword of Dawn. I keep getting... I got Dragon Quested here because I just bought the Hunter's Blade. I guess I got to use it for like one fight. Oops. Handgun. Spade pole. Pretty good gear on the whole. I think I need another platinum armlet. Maybe not for this party. It's a neat gimmick for this area. Okay, Garm, so... Kryna here. Failed to extract wisdom. Water curtain, okay. Water shell's good. I'll take that. I need to find a thing that lets me heal, though. I guess we can see what, like, ethers cost. Pretty expensive. Doable, though. And that could potentially get me some stat increases. Probably want to save Water Shell for Lisbeth. Crusher. gonna say. I hope those don't petrify you. They sure do. Stona. Okay, well that's important. I want to get multiple copies of that. Petrify does last outside of combat. Ubon should probably have everything that's like... He should probably get Raise, because if he can slightly recover his MP, he can maybe save us if we get in trouble. Particularly mean of them to not give us a heal from the last boss fight. I wouldn't have dumped all my MP if I knew that was going to happen. This guy, we can just kill him. Wouldn't mind having more copies of Water Shell, but not now when I have a time limit. Probably don't need more Stoner right now because I have 2 copies of it. Normally I'd want them all to cast spells, but I need to conserve resources in this section. Strength up for Alana. Chosen wisely. Wasn't be mad if that was better than the thing I just bought. I think I am going to have to buy some ethers. It's painful to spend 500 gil on something that usually costs 200 gil to just top everyone off, but I'm so low on resources. Oh, that only refills air. It doesn't let me buy stuff. Okay. No MP increase. Freon Toad. Come on, have something good. Ubon, your text that says that we got stuff takes too long to scroll. Your chakra text takes too long. Multi-sleep, that's really bad, potentially. I need to, like, kill this thing now. Okay. Try to get the spell from it again later. MP up for Ibis. Try to wait to cast Cura here and get as much value out of it as possible. Ow, 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 ow. Probably want to equip something that gives me sleep immunity. Oh, fuck. Oh, it's so bad. I might die because of that, we'll see. Lazara, okay. I probably want more of those if I can get them. HP up for Ibis is good. He was almost killed. Fuban gets some MP up is good too. It's 100 MP. So let me get a... let's just top everyone off. It's really painful to pay 2,000 gil for that, but I've gotten 2,000 gil since coming here in rewards from killing enemies, so... Worse things have happened. Hurts me. I got a mag up for Fuban, so that's good. This is a cool challenge for this sequence, though. So I'll try to conserve, because I'm probably going to need resources to heal. Ibis turned to stone. Have some petrification immunity in this. Let's see, so Motor is immune to Petrify. Ibis can also be immune to Petrify. Alana, can we get someone to be immune to Sleep? Headband. I think we did everything to the south, so this is probably progress up this way. I think Motor is still most in need of MP. Oh, I guess Fuban needs MP increases now. Not quite enough. Garuda, okay. Landara from Garuda, okay. So we want to get multiple copies of that would be nice as well. Uh-oh. Alana's dead, yeah. I don't have Raze in this party either, which is nasty. I probably need to go back to the original save point. Oops. Yeah, I need to get more copies of Raze, would be really nice. Alright, Fuban, please get an MP increase. Nope. I can leave future Marstead notes. Right, so future Marstead, you're in this interesting dungeon here where there's a clock constantly ticking down 2.5 minutes. You have to find consoles that recover your oxygen. The first console has a shop. Unfortunately, it doesn't have an inn, but you can buy ethers from there. They're pretty expensive, but you get enough money from fighting these guys that you can at least tread water, I guess, in restoring people's MP here. Watch closely for the path I'm about to take here, because you've already been down all of the other paths. You only want to go to that second console I was just at. You don't want to check out all these other branching paths along the way because you've explored all of them. You want to go northwest from that console I just passed. You want to try to keep healing with your lowest MP characters so that they can get more MP. Probably want to buy a few more ethers for next time. Blade Blaster's pretty good. It's essentially the Edgar's Chainsaw from Final Fantasy VI. Enemies here. The Garm, the like blue dog enemy, teaches Water Shell, which you don't really need an extra copy of. The Rock Crab monster, ooh, Fuban MP up, nice. The rock crab monster teaches Stona, which I guess having a couple extra copies wouldn't be bad. The frog enemy teaches Blizzara, and this enemy teaches Thundara, which we do actually probably want the Thundara. So I've been using Ilana to use Kryna orbs. You currently have enough of them that you can just spam them without really any stress. Oh, chakra costs 4 and restores 5? That kind of sucks. I want to kill these things, though. Motor got stopped, which is bad. Would like to get another copy of Thundara, though. Would be really great. Got it. Okay. Now we need to kill it before everyone gets stopped. Yeah, so next stream, I'd recommend buying 4 ethers and catching everybody. You probably don't need to ether everybody, but catch everyone up on their MP right now. That shop also has a lot of really good stuff in it that you didn't have enough money when you first visited it, so maybe consider grinding and buying some more of the armor and weapons that are on sale there. Your save game is file 1. Read the rest of the Endless Nova text file. There's all sorts of notes about like how leveling works and the like. This game's really good. It's very, very well done, and it has one of the coolest leveling systems I've ever seen in a video game. It happens to make both Final Fantasy II and Final Fantasy VIII work, which is a crazy accomplishment. So I'm excited to play more. Thank you, Akifal, for sharing it.